29. 29. Mobile, electronic device. Music. The mobile. Ready? Okay guys, take your seat. We will start guys. Guys, take your seat, we will start.
I'm sorry? Is it possible it's the wrong amount of money? The wrong amount of chips? Come back.
Dobra.
Regular.
Good word. Crazy.
So, nachdem er bezahlt wird, dachte ich mir,
L'aspetto di normal for your card. Thank you very much.
Always left. To left, not to right.
Das Wasser, du kannst das Abendprogramm heute. Das soll ein guter Fehler sein. Das soll ein guter Fehler sein.
so inspirierend, das war gut. Aber zu viele Leute. Zwei Jahre.
picture with flash draw and one card to straight. There was so much in the pot.
Ja.
It was
Wir haben
enough.
es ging.
It was-
Das war richtig.
Ah?
Absolut richtig, dass es drin ist. Es sind viel zu viele Straßen.
Wenn ich jetzt check, du checkst dann auch,
Ich checke die halt nicht, weil
dann kommt irgendeine Scare-Card und dann stehst du da und lässt du
nein, das war wichtig für mich. Für mich war es wichtig, dass es nicht verstanden.
Ja, also du kannst es eh anschauen, aber
Ich weiß. Aber
nein, ich bekomme es erst am Turn, ich gebe dir den König nicht. Ich habe 7er und ich bekomme am Turn das Set 7er. Ich habe nur eine Overcard, ich gebe dir eher als Dame wie als König. War sehr lucky, aber. Das jetzt.
I think like that delicious.
If I check the bet, never.
No chips. Yeah.
Only,
That is
only
okay.
chips, only
That is
chips,
okay.
only chips.
Canta ich kann dir nicht sagen.
I didn't know if there was a green stack behind it. That's only I want to know. smartphone. It's not allowed on the radio. And you're talking about hands. Yes, you're talking about hands.
It's you. Play, play. Allez, let's go. Viens là-bas, là-bas. Mets-toi sur le fauteuil, juste là. Viens le fauteuil. Là, là, derrière toi. Vois le fauteuil. Le fauteuil là-bas.
Play, play, play.
Yeah, play.
Mais tu peux pas aller parler avec lui quand tu es là.
Non, mais j'ai compris, mais la manière dont il le fait, c'est pas.
Ah,
Oui,
mais
tu
faut
vois.
faire attention.
Mais oui, mais. Tu as compris.
J'ai compris aussi.
Il n'y a rien de spécial.
Non, non.
À la pause, tout le monde parle avec tout le monde.
Elles sont spéciales.
On va aller en prison avec lui. Oh! Oh! Crise cardiaque.
Mais maintenant,
Ouais, ouais.
elles sont spéciales.
Oui, en fait, les outils d'aide au jeu, je suis d'accord, tout ça, mais je ne savais pas qu'on n'avait pas le droit d'avoir quelqu'un. Je ne savais même pas.
Il n'y a pas de mal à ça.
Mais chaque pause, tout le monde va avoir les informations, ça ne change rien. C'est autorisé. C'est autorisé. Mais pas là.
T'inquiète pas pour ça.
Ah, je ne suis pas inquiet, moi.
Non, mais j'ai réfléchi. Combien de fois tu... Moi, elle m'a payé tout à l'heure 8 ou 9. T'as vu ça?
J'avais tout le paquet pour toi.
Greetings, Earthlings. I hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, right before Crimbo. Bit of a delay there getting on stream. As you can imagine, there was some crazy queues in the shops. I was running around getting some last-minute bits. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, whether it be YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. It's the EPO Mystery Bounty Edition, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Picking up the action here with the blinds at 50k, 100k, 100k. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. Be sure to let me know how you're all getting on in the chat. The Action Army is out in force. Looks like we have 13 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 793. Top pair here for Sylvester Fortuna. I see Apocalypse is in the chat. He says, Dan, won't be long now, he says, but he's Irish, so that means about 5 hours. Very clever. Bird is dropping by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Real rusty in the house. Nice to see the guts of 100 people tuning in on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch alone. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We have a fantastic merchandise store on there. Might be a little bit too late to get it in the post at this stage. No harm in having a look for the January sales. Martin is going to raise enough to put Sylvester all in, it looks like. And if these cards are reading correctly, this seems like quite a wild move from Martin. It seems like the cards might be reversed for some reason. This would seem totally fine to me if it's Sylvester shoving from the small and Martin's made a c-bet with the King 10. This is wild, wild play from the King 10. Trying to pick up on a read, perhaps, that Sylvester is c-betting light and hasn't hit this board. Maybe a live tell, but we can see that that is not the case. We have some Germans. A lot of Germans here, French, Poland, Belgium, all being represented under one roof. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final day of the €1,100 European Poker Open Mystery Bounty Edition. It is the main event, one of the last main events of the year. We are back actually next Monday for the Czech Masters 400k guarantee. L1 Hubbard wants to know if there's any Romanians left in the field. I actually don't know. Only have information about the feature table, not the outer table itself. Are you all looking forward to Christmas? Be sure to let me know in the chat. Or are you being a Grinch? Some bah humbug. Quite a large event this is, by the way. Looks like top 9 finishers all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Main event taking place at Kings next year. Over 100 grand for the winner. I'm not sure just how many bounties are still in play. We pick up the action here on the turn on the Queen 6-7-4 board. Mad Pot is going to bet 150k here with second pair king kicker. And Idir 8-4 is going to call. Average stack is still about 36 big blinds. Plenty of play in this one. Did start an hour earlier than I thought it was starting. Obviously, this close to Christmas. Hopefully not going to have too long of a day. Did have the guts of a 12-hour stream last weekend. We're going to see a big flip here. Eric with pocket nines. Don't think he's going to be going anywhere. It is an 18 big blind jam from the small. Either with ace king. Not ideal to have pocket nines here. Going to be flipping the majority of the time, but I don't think he's going to be folding. It should be just too strong of a hand. We are shorter handed now, 4 eliminations away from the final table. I wouldn't be shocked to see him let this go. And he does put it into the muck. Realizing that his opponent shouldn't be shoving too much 6s, 7s, or 8s. And therefore, he's going to be in a coin flip situation the majority of the time. At first glance, it felt like it's going to be too much hand and we'd have to call. He does get away from it. Mad Pot is going to raise here from the cutoff, 280k to go. Pocket says, afternoon, Dan. Hope you're well and enjoying queuing all day.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
It is always a tragedy to get stuck in huge queues this close to Christmas. Well, I wouldn't call it a tragedy. There are real problems in the world. But when you go to the shops that early apocalypse and you still get met with an onslaught of humans, at least when you're in a queue, you're never alone. So Eric defends over pair to the board here. We can see some action because Mad Pot, top pair, king kicker. So we see a bet of 400k to call. 1.5 million in the pot now as we hit the turn. That's a very quick check back from Mad Pot. I actually expected to see him bet again there to get additional value from a backdoor flush draw, a 6, a 4, or a weaker 8. And one can't but help feel where is the rest of that pot for Eric Bloomer. Expect to see him lead that river the majority of the time. Since the turn goes check, check, seems like it's a safe time to bet. Very unlikely your opponent is going to have a better hand than tens. Perhaps trying to induce a bluff. But in general, wants to try get additional value there for such a stellar hand as tens on that board. Ogden says that's why life in Shetland is good. You know the queue in Shetland looks like a person. Very good. Secutor. Raise the 350. Ace deuce off two. Quite a large open raise size. Does have that ace blocker. So Mad Pot and Secutor in the lead here with 49 bigs and 44 bigs. Then Eric Bloomer with 34, Martin with 34, Idir with 22, Sylvester 13, and Binak Sinanja is your shortest stack at this European Poker Open Mystery Bounty feature table playing under 10 big blinds. So Sinanja is going to go all in for 680k here, top pair. Little does he know he's in a lot of trouble. Martin with a set of sevens from the small, and Secutor not going to be loving life here with pocket sixes. Does have a good shot, straight shot, but does have a good shot, straight shot. The arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. He'll put his hand in the muck. Martin going to snap, of course. We've got an all-in the call, and Sinanja not looking too hot to remain in this tournament with 13 players remaining. Turn was a 9. River is quad still in the house for Martin. We'll see the elimination of Binak, Sananja, and now 12 players remaining. We will have 2 tables with 6. As Bird says, daily quads. Daily quads indeed. So with 12 players remaining, looks like they're all guaranteed a minimum of €5,950. Considerable pay jump between 12th and 11th from 5,950 to €7,100.
If I eat this is good.
Bird wants to know, did I get my usual Christmas Kings hoodies? Kings Christmas hoodies? No. Still waiting. Pending, bro. Pending. We do see a 3-bet from the big blind with A7 suited. Now, the button is a very nice hand to see a flop with, even if there is a 3-bet coming from the big blind. Interesting to see what he does here. I would prefer to peel than fold. It depends how strong of a 3-bet he feels. Secutor is going for here. How frequently he's been active as a 3-better from the big. 500k more for Martin to call. Doesn't fancy it and lets his hand go. In general, I think that's going to be a bit too tight, but we are 3 eliminations away from the final table. Can get behind folding some of the time. Of course, if we were unsuited there, just easily put your hand into the muck. Just decide there are better spots. Wants to preserve his stack and lets it go. I was going to say we will see Mad Pop put this one into the muck pre, but does decide to call and see a flop with the 9-5 offsuit. Jack 10 deuce is the flop. This should be the end of it.
What?
Mad Pot will put his hand into the muck.
I'm not
Pretty
playing.
funny name, actually. Mad Pot. Eric taking that one down. Now
Should
playing
have come to
28 big blind.
No, no cash game last night. I like this if he's sharing for me.
Mad Pot is going to bet 430k here on the paired board. You see him getting a bit crazy with King 10 offsuit earlier. He wants to lead here with some backdoor capabilities. No club in his hand, though. He's blind v blind. He'll take that one down. Denying equity there from the Queen Jack. This is a bit unorthodox. Wasn't expecting to see this. Secutor is going to raise to 550. And Eric now in a bind here with pocket sevens on the 10-8-6. He has a good shot straight draw, no clubs in hand. Says Laurie says hi and Merry Christmas, by the way. Well, Merry Christmas, Laurie. Hope you're resting up. I could do with going to sleep myself. I've been eating a lot of food lately. A lot of food comas. Too much cheese, Baileys, creamers, pizza the other night. I've been needing a lot of naps. We will take that one down. We're seeing a lot of wild play here. The initial proceedings, over 100 grand for the winner, not including the bounties. Becky says you will hear me snoring soon. I guess it is possible. I was feeling a little bit. I hope to God I'm not coming down with a cold. My father is not well. I do not want to get another illness this close to Christmas. No, thank you. Becky says, I love Secutor's range. He's been playing very wild. We do like action on this channel. Secutor is going to limp this one. He's playing all sorts. Limping, raising big, raising on flops. He's really getting after it out there. I've also been adding lots and lots of sugars to my diet. Obviously, it's Christmas. And it's not had a good effect on my back tooth. Definitely feel like something is flaring up. Not much I can do about it this side of Christmas. Sometimes you just gotta grim and bear it. Set for Idir. Executor's going to bet 675 here on the turn. This pot getting a bit out of control. Does have the nut flush draw. And either deciding whether he wants to jam to protect his hand / get some value or just call. A lot of bad rivers out there. A diamond, a 10, a jack. Also some action killers. Perhaps he just wants to shove all in now. Goes call. River comes a king. And it looks like... Did either just fold a set there? Computer jamming on that river. And a set of fives going into the muck pretty instantly. Wow. Wow. Tinder lover said, why did he call the turn? I think that king just completed a straight. I had thought his opponent already had a flush. Computer getting away with murder, up to nearly 70 big blinds, and it's been very entertaining so far. Water to Sauna says, how have these fishies made it so far? Yeah, it was a very large entry field size. It is a 1K buy-in. It is Christmas. You're going to see these guys splashing around. Shocked to see a set of fives go into the muck there on that river with just 13 bigs behind. Ken's just going to shove and take that one down. This is the beauty of playing Executor's style here. Now he's got the goods. There's going to be a few unbelievers in the room at this point. Eric Min raising in the hijack executor going for a 3-bet of 550. I like this sizing. Executor can't get a nibbler this time. Is the chip leader here with 63 bigs. Pocket says whatever it is, got them until the final two tables of 1K while we're watching them. Sylvester shoving here with jacks from the small blind. So we do have an all in the call. Secutor is going to double up Sylvester here. 339 Queen. You like this price considering bounties in play. So nice double up for him. As Jack Troll says, variance is a hell of a drug. Bird says Fortuna got lucky. Oh, Fortuna. 11 players remaining now. That means we are just 2 eliminations away from the final table. Also means a pay jump has been reached to €7,100 now is your current payout.
8-4 again. Third time 8-4.
And we do see a bounty being pulled. It is Antonio Fragale's girlfriend pulling the €400. 100k is the bet from Sylvester here on the turn. Don't think Martin can continue. Mad Pot opening a very wide range here. Queen 5 off suit from under the gun. Remember, they are short-handed now, so under the gun is technically late position. This pot, 1.6 million here now on the river. 5-8 ace 4-10. That looks like a bluff here from Secutor of 675k. This guy has a lot of different moves in his playbook. Pretty tough call here now for either pocket nines facing two overcards out there to his pocket pair. That looks like a call from Mad Pot, a non-believer. That's an incredible call. My eyes were deceiving me there. Calling with fourth pair on the board.
600 for Turange. Christmas.
Wow. What a real treat this has been so far. All kicking off here at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. Real Rusty says, haha, hating life right now. You know what the funny part about that, Real Rusty, is you could call there on the river, still be wrong, and lose to a hand that turned into a bluff. Actually, maybe not. I was going to say, sometimes your five can be beaten as your opponent trying to get you off a better hand than a five. Probably a bit far-fetched given that exact scenario. But it does happen from time to time. Looks like we are going on a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. I'll see you all in a few moments.
Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, 48,700 euros. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it 11,000 euros, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as Zidek
515.
makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
And Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but it's reasonable to think about it.
Now Kamoshi.
515,000.
Already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high. Okay,
Suited, Chewy, suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot, Zidek, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming as Kamoshi has 2 clean cards.
Oh,
And that is a dirty flop.
See that?
Queen 9-6. 1 heart. Kamoshi in front.
King is better.
Give him an 8 or a 10. Okay, that's
Okay. What's next?
this is respectable.
10 of hearts.
3 of hearts?
9 of diamonds.
Zidek picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead, it's a 5 of diamonds.
Thanks, man.
Good game.
Zidek
Vamos. Będzie szczęście.
says his goodbyes to the remainder of the field.
Good game, sir.
Dasz mu?
I wouldn't decide.
Break after his hand?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right?
Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam and a quick call from Gooms who covers, and Tomescu,
Good luck, Jody.
you know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last 2 hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat
The 8 of spades.
biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff
Absolutely.
opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on absent Mr. Tomescu.
Like that, and then ending up
Some casinos.
or
A roulette shark?
Yeah, truly.
Can squid go squid?
You started there
He
with
bought
50
roulette
players?
wheels and
No,
actually,
yeah,
like,
500.
Yeah, he would just
ran
study.
roulette sims?
No, somebody said 150
Yeah,
was
the old-fashioned way.
But I mean, it's
No,
not a
500.
big of a difference.
What a legend.
It does sound fun, like the physics of it, watching the ball bounce around.
Then
Can't
also,
really be. I
they
mean, the
develop, like,
things
you
spin
need
in
to
one
develop
way,
in
the
100
ball's
and
going
see.
the other. Come on. Really?
And then was
I don't
like,
know. I mean, apparently it worked for him.
What, and then he just quit?
No, so he was actually,
Busted.
yeah, he was sought after for his antics.
What do you mean by sought after?
I think people were unhappy with him.
What do you mean people?
Casino representatives, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know all the specifics. I read it a while ago, but I can vouch for the efficacy or the, perceived edge.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of Lake Mead potentially right now, Chewy?
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
that's old school resolution.
This was an Englishman. I don't think he came across the pond. At least he didn't stay over here.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of the English Channel, Chewy?
No, I think he's living happily in the countryside with all of his winnings.
Okay.
Perhaps still just enjoying the spin of the ball.
Well, Ilani enjoying top pair here as digging in against Andrian's aggressions from the button. He works his way into top pair versus bottom pair. 200K C-bet being chewed on.
Oh my. Ilani now deeply troubled by this third 8.
I mean, one can't blame him for proceeding with caution, but it isn't like he was worried about running into trips in this spot, which is exactly where he finds himself so improbably versus Andrian, who rates to add damages to what has already been the pre-flop and the flop sizing.
There is like 3 with 3 million. There is like 3 people with 3 million. There, 1 with 2.
And a healthy 600 being sprinkled out. Have to imagine Ilani is going nowhere with his king.
3, 3.
Although the king with the kicker on board, we can understandably start to put ourselves in a bluff catching situation, if not chopping.
So, check calling 600 and now looking up at a queen, which improves our kicker from the 10. North a couple of clicks, but really uncomfortable potential sizings could greet Ilani on this river.
What are we thinking? 1.5, 1.6? 1.8 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is tough.
Where we're at. 2/3-ish.
1.8.
So for Ilani at this point, he really has to dig deep to figure out what are the kinds of hands that Andrian could be bluffing with, and how likely is it that he has those hands. The 6 could potentially interfere with some of those straight draws that we're firing away, and he does get away from it pretty quickly. Nicely done.
Which influences our decisions before we decide to take flops?
Yes, and also the nature of 4-betting. They may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and the topic that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack.
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now 4th diamond on the board really unpleasant sight for Ilani is he's got the third nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now, although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair Kamoshi, so it could be good. You see a tiny bet here. Interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call, but this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No, he just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace? Maybe a small diamond?
600.
Well, there's your answer.
No, sorry. I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick to what I believe was 1.5.
Oh, was it that big?
Three
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Kamoshi, nicely done.
Guys, take your seat, please.
play now. Let's go, my friend. Let's go.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back. Sorry on the delay. Blinds are now 60, 120, 120. It are raising to 250k from the cut-off queen, 9 of spades. Still 11 players remaining. ECW King is in the house. Richie says, who's the man? Dan the man. Good afternoon. Hope you're all very well. How are you doing out there, ECW? Unreal Rusty, Richie. The usual suspects. Hi! Merry Christmas. So still 11 players remaining, 2 eliminations away from the final table. €7,100 is the current payout. No pay jump between 11th and 10th. The difference between 10th and 9th then is from 7,100 to 8,777. Also, something I haven't mentioned enough of here, we are 2 eliminations away from every player remaining guaranteed a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. The action has been fast-paced so far. Secutor playing very creatively. Lots of bluffing going on. Interested to see how this one plays out. Richie says, first day I feel a bit better after 3 weeks in bed with flu-like symptoms. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Yeah, well soon, my brother. Richie says he lost 12 kilos. Well, Jesus Christ, that is one way to lose the weight. Marky Mark says, this is by far the worst poker I've seen for a long time. Well, you obviously weren't playing in our home game last night in Ireland. I'm only joking. It has been a bit bizarre. There's been a few questionable plays for sure. But it does provide a lot of action. Richie says, not the way to do it, but now we can feast a bit more. Christmas, yeah. I spent 4 months getting rid of £20 there. I'm probably going to put back on half of that at least there over the Christmas, which makes me sad, but better than not losing anyway. Real Rusty asked, did I follow the action before I started commentating today? Are you on about last night? If so, no. I am a little bit out of the loop. I'm very distracted today. I've got family in the building. I have 3 kids running around the place. I'm trying to sort out all the last minute bits. There's meats going into ovens. There's things getting defrosted. Presents needing to be sorted. You know the crack. So we do have an all-in a call. Either is going to rejam and Secutor is going to call him off. This guy ain't hanging around. Doesn't seem to value his tournament life too much. Turn is the 6 of hearts. They're not my kids now, Marky Mark. But thank you nonetheless. Nephews, etc. River is the 6 of clubs. Just trying to keep them away from the office space. Pitter patter of feet running up and down the hallway. And he will get a big double up. My apologies, actually, that was a split pot. Don't know how I missed that one. Of course, it was a split pot. Yes, very good. My bad. As Richie says, the best can make mistakes too, buddy. It's forgiven. Yeah, I think my brain knew that it was a split pot, but I somehow decided to say it wasn't. That's a big double up for him. You do get very used to saying the same kind of things. Sylvester taking that down. Executor getting out of the way. Did have a good shot. Straight draw, but not going to be good enough. 8-3 deuce with the bet. We'll take that one down from the big. Very big compliment there to call me the best, Richie. But hey, I'll take it. Ho, 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 and a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, my friend. You phone. Really? Wow. À quoi? Hein? À quoi? Like if à quoi? It's good? It's good, okay.
Richie says, sorry for my grammar, it is a bit rusty. That's all right. Real Rusty says, just like me. So that's a raising to 360. Around to Martin with the ace-10 in the big blind. Now, against a button open, sub 20-ish blinds to start the hand. I think he's 22 to start the hand. I think this is an all-in-ski situation. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Very identical stacks. At the very least, I would expect to see a peel there. Shocked to see that one go into the muck. Now, having said that, he did go for the full 3x size. And that would really deter me from calling from the big and would be much more inclined to rejam. Mad Pot has the widest of opening ranges that we've seen in the last frame. And here he goes again. 3-deuce suited. He does have the chips to play a very wide range, but even the 3-deuce suited is pushing it here. But like I keep mentioning, those tickets are at stake. You can really open, I wouldn't say any two cards, but very wide. And Secutor is going to go for a large bet there on the river. I don't think he's trying to do anything other than get a similar hand to fold, as in get his opponent off a chop. On the double pair board there. Got to be careful, although it's not really a word that's in his vocabulary. Throwing caution to the wind time and time again is this guy. Interesting to see what he does next. If you're just tuning in, guys, it's the final day of the €1,100 European Poker Open Mystery Bounty main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. We did start an hour earlier than normal, so I predict we're not looking for a 12-hour stream today. I know I'm certainly not. €4,000 has been the bounty that got pulled. It's 4 full buy-ins. And that mystery bounty belongs to Alexander Ralph Donner. Ten players remaining now, which means we are at the final table bubble. And it is a massive, massive bubble indeed. 10 grand ticket, the difference between 10th and 9th. And of course, about 2 full buy-ins. So you're going from €7,100 to €8,777. Queen 4-7. Jack King is the run out here. Eric with the ace king. Top pair, top kicker. Spades come in. Real Rusty says, Dan, do you know Gambledore? Best player in the universe. I absolutely love Gambledore. He was so much fun to watch at the Tritons. This guy is just an enigma. Some of the funniest hands in play I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know how you approach playing a guy like that for that kind of money. Some of those rejams you made with like 7 deuce off suit, for example. Getting pocket fives to fold heads up. I discussed a few of those hands with some friends and they all have various opinions on it. Oh, wow, what a guy. Getting railed by a black elf as well is pretty funny. Obviously had them hired or something. Just a pure spectacle, wasn't it, Real Rusty? Would love to see him at Kings. I don't know if we'll see him anytime soon. Also, from Estonia. Not exactly the country you would associate with poker the most. Talk about entertainment. Just fabulous. And he played everything as well. Unfazed. Surprised he didn't win a second Triton trophy. Did he come third or second? I can't remember. I think it was a second and a first. A very, very profitable trip for him. Cutoff is going to shove 11 bigs, ace-4 off suit. Martin with a big decision here. Jack 10 suited into big blind. 11 bigs. Now we've seen him make some tight folds already. It does represent about half of his stack, but there are bounties at play. I'd say he's going to put it in the muck, and he does do just that. Dan Fox says hello. Been so long. Happy holidays. Is this a rerun? No one is talking. It's a repeat. No, it's not a repeat. We are live. 30-minute delay. Nice to have you with us. Ain't seen you for a while. It's been a minute, as they say. Computer is going to raise the 520 here from the big ace-10 offsuit. Richie says, Dan's mic goes on mute, so now and then. Sorry, guys. Very distracted today, not going to lie. It's understandable. Computer will take that one down pretty. Better than me falling asleep on the mic or just going absent without leave. And Fox says, every word you speak carries such emotion and depth, making it impossible not to be captivated. There's a natural melody to it, something so unique and beautiful that it lingers long after you're finished speaking. Stop it again. I can't even finish this one. The kind of voice that stays with you, a soft echo of something magical. Truly, it's a gift. One that makes the world feel just a little bit brighter. Oh, God. You're a funny man, Dan Fox. So Martin raising from the button, ace-10 suited. Dan Fox says, I try. You may try, you may fail. Ace Queen Jack swap computer is going to call from the small. This might get him into a little bit of trouble, although it is a very draw-heavy board. A lot of hands out there that would beat the computer. He shouldn't be falling in love with his top pair here with just a 7 kicker. No club in his hand. Turn is the 5 of spades. Martin is going to be faced with a difficult decision here, but he does a top pair and a nut flush draw. I don't think he can fold this one. The computer deciding to rip. Very careless play here from Secutor. I see what he's trying to do. Try to deny equity, get the draws out of there. Is this the button that's going to be calling a lot of the time and will have you in a world of hurt, especially when we don't even have a club or a spade in our hand. She wants the 7 of spades on the river. His Queen of Diamonds. Oh, look, this time, Richie. Oh, it's a split. Very, very lucky for Secutor to get this chop pot there. I was too worried about your 7 of spades rolling off there, Richie. Pretty sick if you're the ace-10 suited there. Very unlucky. End up in that split pot situation. $400K is the bet here from the cutoff ace-4. Investor is going to fold. Like I keep mentioning, there is huge, huge pressure on the line here between 10th and 9th place. Oh, 12 grand in the difference to be specific. Secutor taking that one down. I suppose it's Secutor instead of Secutor. He will take that one down nonetheless. Richie wants to know, is there anyone at the table who has played for this kind of payouts? I wouldn't believe so, Richie. Now, I will do a bit of homework once we have the final table in front of us. We'll have a look from there. There is going to shove from the cutoff, and Martin has an ace. He is facing a cutoff jam. We've seen him fold a bigger hand than ace-8 to a jam for 11 big not so long ago. So I do suspect we will see Martin put this one in the bin. It's really difficult. Oh no, he decides to call. Okay, he's not letting this one pass by. I said it's really difficult to know the exact ICM ranges the players should be going for here, considering there are bounties on the line, a 10k ticket, and a pay jump. I predicted we would see Martin fold that one. We did see him fold ace-10 already. He's off to the races. King, queen, 4. I say off to the races is Ider, who's in pole position, 84% as we hit the turn. Whoa, it's an 8. An 8 on the turn, and now Ider's facing elimination unless he gets lucky on this river. There's 5 of hearts, and that means we are going to have our final 9. Martin getting extremely lucky. Ider Hache is out of here in 10th place. Very unfortunate for him. That means we are going on a break, folks. We are going to be back. Little over 30 minutes of a break. We get the final table up and running for your viewing pleasure. I'm going to go get a bite to eat, find some leftovers. Leftovers from Sunday when we have more dinner going into the oven. That says break. Easy. Easy. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with the final table of the European Poker Open Mystery Bounty in about 30 minutes or so. Stay tuned. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third. Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
Nothing
million? Better to do after you win close to $1 million than jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. When you're in Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club. But it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river. And that is it. Attack eliminated. Just very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I'm stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Hisu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
Yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right? Hand,
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
The next game you're possible to.
Please don't do anything stupid, okay? Please.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
he certainly could.
They're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand down. You're all liars.
Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are liars.
What the fuck? Queen Jack 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it.
Okay,
He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of scary card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Can I see your set? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bet.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You so bet, man.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum.
You play very good.
Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blum started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3 betting. Victor Blum's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blum all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
8-9 heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines, lost.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a
Surzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans. In my wow, yes. Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the King 4, King 5, King 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal river card, brutal turn card for Stevie, in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand.
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah. Why are you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason, because we can't predict what they're going to do, even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, but a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
what
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds. Eight players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
And you will be in good mood? Probably
Victor
not gonna
Blom,
happen, but I
severely short stack's going to go with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table,
yeah,
especially, 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds. This will not be folding.
Yeah. We saw Foxen fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands. Certainly not saying that isn't true.
Foxen all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
550?
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but
I mean, it's 1.3 million to win 2.2.
I think.
And a chance to knock out 2 players.
1-3, 9.
There are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam, But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
He's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? 3?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them, at
They're
least.
so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Royale flush.
That's semi-bad news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
he's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead.
Maybe you make money.
Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6. There's an ace.
That's a good flop for
That
Chrissy.
is a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled he called.
Absolutely.
Only two aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4.
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all or a 9 to win it all.
Very good call.
Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabral is down to 3.7. What a hand.
For split pot.
It's the 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn and triples up. Foxen does add about 300,000 to her stack.
Wait, 5?
By the way.
And as I said, I told you, Jesse, you were wrong. Cabral's got to fold that.
Yeah. He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can understand that sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean.
Yeah? Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or It could go raise and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Could, certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum re-raise.
1.2 million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it is.
there
So
you
as
go.
to
Okay.
isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, you know, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this.
But he only
big
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge sweat. This would have been a fun flop if.
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the mic off, and that is it.
Brutal. Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel Divorce on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
Divorce was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8. Just 36 years old. And he is going to get some action. Cabral calling. Divorce, his tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Divorce's life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Divorce wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is. It's first and second, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for Run It Once. Looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That is a terrible window card right there.
Like you knew.
And Divorce needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down, pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG Daniel
remaining.
in
If
the
it's
main
not a
event.
3, Daniel
GG.
Divorce is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Divorce, over 15 million in
Hey, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million, now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
40.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
I think Sizrat put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well,
river.
I was going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
Investors Labo mi fortuna 1.7.
For me, we can deal, eh?
No! What do you speak about me? Yes, Sylvester. Yeah, fortuna. Yeah. Fortuna, because you're I did this. That fortuna is with me. Is with your name. So, this is very simple.
We are waiting for the picture. weiß Bescheid. Das ist Bescheid. Das ist noch
Die erste große Handfläche, wo ich rein will, das muss hier mir rausschauen. Ja, aber das Ergebnis, oder? Die Analyse brauche ich nicht. Ich hab gedacht, du hast eine 8. Ich hab's mir gewünscht, dass ich sie hätte und ich nicht so geschätzt habe.
gut. Askurur. Askurur'dan.
is Martin min raising with the 8s, and Mad Pot all in on the button with ace-8 of spades. And that run out is 4-4 King Deuce. Guys seem to be having some technical difficulties. I've been talking flat out since. It is a day I would rather be snoozing, but I am here. I have been talking. I don't understand what the story is. I've refreshed the page. Can you hear me loud and clear? Let me know in the chat. Pockliffe says we can hear you, mate. I was doing some top tier analysis, by the way. Some big breakdowns, breaking down everyone at the final table. Really giving it my all, and it doesn't seem like anyone has heard me for the last 30 minutes, so I could have extended my nap. What I was saying was I went for a nap at the break, tried to put my head down for 20 minutes and set the alarm, woke up feeling quite groggy. My dinner is far from ready. I was asking loads of questions, and I was wondering why I wasn't getting any responses. All the time is in the chat. It looks like you can all hear me now. I've plugged out my headset, plugged it back in, refreshed the page, and we are good to go. Some pretty interesting hands there I was breaking down as well. But at least you can hear me now. Doing all I can here today, guys. Obviously told you I'm quite distracted, but I've been talking since I got back after the break. Don't know what the issue was there. Pocket says, mate, you've been such an amazing commentator for so long. We literally heard your analysis in our heads because we knew what you'd be saying. Well, one thing that sprung to mind, and I broke it down a couple of times there, Apocalypse, was that hand where we seen a big bluff from the 10-9 from Secutor, and we see it again here. Secutor was the one calling in that hand, but Secutor is the wrong man to be bluffing, is my whole point. This guy is just involved in every pot, whether he's bluffing or calling. It is 4-6-6 Jack. 525 is the bet from the 10-9 of diamonds. Difficult spot here for the ace-king. Prince is going to raise here. Now, guys, don't try this at home. It's a paired board. There's 3 diamonds out there. And you're trying to bluff Secutor. This is the wrong geezer to be bluffing here on the 23rd of December at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov, is my analysis. Secutor not going to get any additional value here for his flush. I was asking as well all the time, Real Rusty, Dan Fox, Richie, Apocalypse, what sort of Christmas dinner are you guys having? Let us know in the chat. Are you all excited for the Crimbo? And there you have the update of the chip count. 66 bigs is your chip leader. Mad Pot is your shortest stack with 14. Everything in between. It is all to play for here. One of the final events of the year. We do have another one next Monday, the 30th. Is the last one before Christmas. Average stack is almost 6 million. 80k is the small blind, 160k is the big blind with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. Secutor with the ace king off suit, 375 to go. Mephisto 3-betting to 2.1 million, and Secutor, golden opportunity to knock out one of the toughest remaining players in the field. Mephisto is in a lot of trouble here. It's not his first rodeo. This guy always pops up for a deep run. He loves it. Secutor, golden opportunity to eliminate Mephisto. King 4 is the flop. Trips for Secutor. Turn is the 9 of spades, and that's all she wrote for Mephisto. We are going to say goodbye to him in 8th place. And that means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €16,100. Apocalypse says lamb for us. Lots and lots of lamb. You can't beat a bit of mutton. Real Rusty says cold plate dinner with family at home. We are like 25 people, so pretty big. Flew in from Australia to Austria for it. I have my brother flying home from Oslo tomorrow. I have my other brother arriving later on this evening. I have a 3.5-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 10-year-old going mad down there. It's no wonder I was able to have a nap at the break at all. Still waiting to get fed. I'm not liking the fact that I have this toothache. It's not a good thing to have this close to Christmas. I've had many other illnesses on stream. I don't remember having a toothache, or a bad one anyway. Too much sugars. It was my birthday at the weekend. Definitely indulged with a few sugary drinks at some point. Ended up having a cider last night, or 2 nights ago. Not something I would ever drink at all. Was hoping to have a drink on stream later, maybe. An ice cold Guinness. But I don't know if this toothache persists. Need to get restocked with the Guinness anyway. Looking forward to playing some poker tournaments over the Christmas. Had been playing a game here and a game there. Spoiled for choice. A lot of tourney zone over the next week or so. All the time says ham and so much other won't type at all. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. We went for the traditional, not the traditional turkey and ham actually. We went for roast beef, giant piece of roast beef. And I was supposed to be collecting a big €50 piece of venison, but my friend got the dates wrong. Can't meet my brother before he's gone home. And venison is dear, and I won't be seeing it this side of Christmas, so that makes me sad. Both of my brothers are chefs, so I'm hoping they are going to put on a display and I can watch on. Maybe I will change my commentating skills from poker to being in the kitchen. He says, nice Christmas is always great. Oh, yes, sorry. Now, you've been warned. Mephisto is going to pull 6 bounties here. I got word from the chat that with Antonio Perjali, actually. Sorry, Mephisto has been eliminated. I'm a little confused here. So if Antonio Perjali is going to pull a 400 bounty and a $4,000 bounty, he will be doing the bounty draw 6 times. So maybe I'm after spoiling it. I'm sorry. The suspense was killing me. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, 7 players remaining now. Average stack is almost 7 million. Queen Jack 8 multi-way. Investor at the top of the pairs. Secutor at 675. The pocket says 6k in bounties there. Yeah, that's a lot of booties. A lot of booty for the scooping. It's Secutor betting on these boards that is just a bit ridiculous for my liking. There's just nothing going on from here with a 7 Dewey of diamonds here. No spade in his hand. It's a really, really draw-heavy board, but decides to still lead into 2 players with 7 high. I admire this man's moxie, but that is just not something you want to be trying at home. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. I'm trying to get my brother as well to make like a homemade mushroom soup, maybe a bit of garlic in there. I'm looking forward to that, considering my dreams of being crushed on a large piece of venison. Not the easiest thing to get your hands on. Roast beef it is, boys. Secutor just keeps accumulating chips at a rapid rate. He's now playing 81 big blinds here. Takes that one down with the 6-5 suited. A lot of ICM pressure. We have had 2 eliminations at this FT, which means all remaining players are guaranteed a minimum of €16,100. Top 6 going to get a 5-figure payday. That's right, folks. At least 20 grand, not including the 10K ticket. So much money on the line here. Where else would you get it? The Monday before Christmas, all taking place under one roof, the live stream on a 30-minute delay from the King's Resort in Rosvadov. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Head over to the website, www.kingsresort.com, if you want to find out any additional information about tournaments that are coming up in 2025. This schedule is going to be as packed as it's ever been. You have one more event taking place before New Year's. That's next Monday. So you will get to see me the day before New Year's, or hear me at least. I don't want anybody seeing me. Not with this dressing gown. Trying to get warm here, very difficult. Got a hoodie on, a dressing gown, a radiator, but it just doesn't seem to be warming up things the way I would like. Chile Baltic. Quicken Concurrent, one of the top regs of the year in the Action Army on Twitch, is in the house. Only 7 left. Will be an early night tonight. Don't be getting my hopes up now, Concurrent. You know I always say on here, it takes as long as it takes. It's out of my control. Championship rounds. Every day is a learning day. We stay ready so we don't have to get ready. We've done streams that are 15 hours, but if there was ever a day where I'd be hoping for a stream that didn't go 12 hours, I think it would be tonight, which is fair. I am enjoying the action, of course, even though people couldn't hear me for about 30 minutes. You mean to tell me all that time I could have had a longer nap? Anila says, hi, why can't see the live? I live in Italy and I always saw it. Always saw what, sir? Live as live can be on a 30-minute delay, if that's what you're referring to. Martin is not going to open, has shown propensity to be one of the tighter players at the table. Did see him call earlier with the ace-8 off suit. Amelia says, in 30 minutes begins. You know what happened today now, Amelia? It started an hour earlier than normal. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but it's on a 30-minute delay. It's always been on a 30-minute delay. That's how we roll here at Kings. Basically never live, as in with no delay. We can't actually do that. Yeah, I guess that's the easiest way to put it, Apocalypse. What we are seeing is from 30 minutes ago. It's so funny how much I can get confused by that still to this day. And I'm doing this nearly 3 years, 2.5 anyway, plus. Weekend Concurrent says, how you doing, bro? Doing pretty good, Concurrent. I have some form of a toothache flaring up, so not ideal. I could do with a lot of Coca-Cola and sugars today. I've been a little bit distracted. Lots going on around me. No live poker tournaments actually ever streamed live. Yes, that's what I'm putting it. Sometimes it is an hour. Pretty much all of the time, 30 minutes, but never 0. Tom's is also on a 30-minute delay. Dan is just really good at guessing what we will say. Oh, I have an idea with the usual suspects what to come out with, of course, then. Perhaps some of what I say is getting a bit stale as well, Apocalypse. Going to have to stretch it out now in the new year. Try come up with some new catchphrases. we're going to do this for another year, which I believe is the plan. Concurrent says, almost Christmas. It is indeed. Can't get much closer. It's the penultimate day before Christmas Eve. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, of course. And Eric Blumer is going to shove from the small. 10 bigs on the nose. Give or take. 1.61 million. Martin McQueen, 6 off suit. Just going to have to let this one go. All smiles from Eric. Eric will take that one down with his king blocker. Nice. Much needed pickup for him there. Marius getting jiggy with it here with the 4-3 of hearts, but it is Antonio Fragale. 2 black boys here in the cutoff. The Aces, the Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines. Doesn't need to make it too big here. Like 825 seems like a reasonable size. 900K going to be totally acceptable too. And look at this. Eric Bloomer waking up with the Jabracadas on the button. We can see he's totally running into it here. Nothing he can do, of course. Cooler. We do have all in and call, and if Eric doesn't get lucky here, we are going to be down to 6 players. Big pot poker here for Antonio Fraggiali. If he can hold, he will be over 10 million in chips. Eric has 24% equity. And there's a jack in the window. Not good for the aces. Incredible stuff. If you're Eric, sit back down, buddy. Just 8% equity now for Antonio. Six of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Three of spades on the river. And Eric's going to have 4.5 million chips now. Bit of a hit to Antonio's stack. Not his first rodeo. He'll still be playing a comfortable 38 bigs. Big moment there for Eric Bloomer. One current saying unlucky and the other fairly lucky. Yeah, that's poker, folks. Executor betting 205k here. The Queen 10, 6 Jack. 6 rolls off on the river. Prince with the check mark. And I actually expected to see Executor continue barreling. Actually, no. Pairing the board can be very difficult to get a 10 to fold. 6 obviously has trips. Queen's never going to go into the muck, so he just decides to try win a showdown occasionally with his king high there. And maybe even more importantly, that just giving up. Sylvester betting 300k here on the river as a blockerish bet. Antonio Fraggiali. Just ace queen here on the Jack Deuce 7-9 King board. If he is going to continue here, I would prefer to see him raised than call. Very unlikely that he's going to win a showdown with ace queen. However, he blocks the straight, can put significant pressure on a jack, a 9, a 7, and we can rep that king. It is very easy to just flick in the 300k though with such a strong ace. I just think there is more merit to raising there than calling. Concurrent here with a decent question. He's been away for a while because Kings is not doing deals right, only if they discuss them amongst themselves. Rules have slightly changed. Deals can now be done. They've done a big deal there, for example, in the Dutch Classics last Monday. By the end, they played heads up for 3 hours for €1,700 was the difference between first and second. Both players had already got a 5-figure payday for themselves. Feedback coming in hot here from the button. Secutor. A lot of chips in play at this one, guys. Few 10 million plus stacks. A lot of action taking place. Secutor going for another 3-bet. We've seen him do it with hands like King 7 suited earlier from the button. So Ace 10 going to be more than a good enough candidate. Richie says, I believe Kings does the ICM calculation. Oh, yeah, they do, yeah. They have someone to do that for sure. I'm not sure what way it works now, Richie, or concurrent when there's bounties in play. A lot harder to work out a deal. Now, having said that, it looks like most of the bounties have been pulled. I don't believe I have full clarification about that, but usually when we get down to six-handed or so, nearly all of the bounties have been pulled. A couple of big bounties out there, considering there was $1 million guarantee. Big turn card here for Martin from the hijack. Now has flush draw, straight draw, Secutor not going to be going anywhere. No hearts in his hand. Bit of a free roll here for Martin. River is the 3 of diamonds now. If Martin checks, plays this one cagey, cautiously, Secutor might try to get him off a chop, or maybe no. We're going to see Martin bet. Martin's going to bet $1 million. Actually, I'm not sure the exact amount. A lot of white chips. Yeah, $1 million it is. Secutor, non-believer, like I keep saying, wrong man to try bluff now. Obviously, does have ace high. Be happy to chop that one up, though. Chop it up, boys. As Stulek says, other guy would have ended up with a full. As Richie says, 4s are a bit low for set mine. Yeah, it's just very much in a hindsight situation there, Richie. Concurrent says, I mean, with their earnings in this tournament, you can have a nice Christmas for sure. Yeah, but hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. Who doesn't want to be winning this outright? Driving home for Christmas, the trophy, and over 100 grand. Ricky says, if you're a chip leader, it is okay. But when you short stack, it is another story. 776 is the flop. As Richie says, we just had family dinner and a gender revelation of our next grandchild. It is a girl. Congratulations. Nice Christmas surprise. Well, no longer a surprise. And that is a big boy bet here from Secutor. Well, I say big boy bet. It's about half pot. But it is over $1 million nonetheless. Eric has mandatory defend here, I would assume. Loses to a lot of other Jack X, of course, but blocking hands like a full house, for example. And he is in the big blind, so he will have more 7x than his opponent. Secutor with the open ender now as we hit the riv. There is the Queen of Spades. Might be some sort of a card that Secutor feels compelled to continue bluffing on. He said something. Not sure what he said. If he's going to bet, stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1. Expect to see him bet somewhere. I was going to say somewhere around all in. That's not even half of Eric's remaining chips. And although this kind of sucks, we do have a second pair. Secutor showing a propensity to be a bluffer in these kind of spots. And I think we just are forced to pay the man. If you do the pot odds here, there are 5.57 million out there up for grabs. Eric only needs to put in 1 million. If you do some quick maths there, he's getting very good odds. I'm not sure the exact percentage. He only needs like less than 20% to break even here, and we can see he just has too strong of a hand. That is an awesome call here from Eric. When I say awesome, pretty mandatory considering the pot odds. It does make the call. Nonetheless, Secutor still playing over 10 million chips. So that is a big boost to Eric's stack. Now playing 51 big blinds. Guys, you're going to have to excuse me for 2 minutes. I'll be back within 5 working minutes. Sit tight. There is not a break. I just will be back momentarily. Alrighty, guys, I am back. Did you miss me? Curran says GG's for Eric there. Curran says we always missed you. Aw, thanks, buddy. Richie says, stupid question. Of course, we missed your comments. Pretty funny there, Richie, earlier. I don't know if you were gone for dinner or what happened, but you made a point to me like, oh, make sure you have your mic on mute when you get back after the break. And I was given some in-depth analysis. Like, I was really giving it socks there. And apparently no one could hear me for 30 minutes. I had to plug out everything and plug it back in. I repeat myself several times. I was trying to do you proud out there, Richie. I've got 1 or 2 sick patients in the house now. My father gone to bed with the flu. Bedridden with the flu. Hope to God it's not COVID. Back to the poker. Antonio. Jack of spades here. Jack of all trades. Master of none. Better than having no skills as a master of none. Oh, I can't remember the way the end of the quote goes. Richie says, thanks anyway, buddy. Well, it just means, Richie, I could have stayed napping for a bit longer. Tried to get a 20-minute nap in earlier. That's something I would never normally do. And no one could hear me for 30 minutes. I could have had a nap for nearly an hour. But you know me now, I don't sleep on the job. Gotta always show up. The blinds are 100k, 200k, 200k. Like I said, there's a lot of playability still left in this one. Over 33.5 big blinds is the average stack at the moment. Still 7 players remaining. €16,100 is the current payout. Executor min raising here on the button. King, deuce of clubs. Marius using this combo to his advantage, showing his expertise here. This is a great combo to choose. The king blocker unsuited with the 6 kicker. Fortuna is going to limp his option here with a very pretty ace-10 suited against the small and the big. Don't really like using this combo. Prefer to just come in for a straight-up raise here with the ace-10 suited. Does flop top pair. Piece of it for both players. Marius with the bottomest of pairs. Or sorry, Antonio with the bottomest of pairs. Marius, second pair. Nobody with a spade in their hand. 400k is the bet. 400k is the call. Interesting river card. It is a 4th spade on board. Gives trips to Marius. Usually we see blockerish type sizing here with the trips. Stops us having to call a larger bet, and that's exactly what you're going to see him do. 275. Excellent strategy here for Marius. And for that price, Sylvester probably feels compelled to call. Martin raises to 450k with the ace-10 suited. Three-way action to the flop, under the gun against the big blind, against the hijack, king, king, 6. Is the board. Martin will have more king X than the hijack or the big in general, just because he raises under the gun. But remember, we are 7-handed now. Martin using positional advantage there. We'll take that one down. Not much in it for his opponents, to be fair. There you have it, folks. No player above 50 bigs now. A couple of shorties, a few meddling stacks. That's how they are faring out. Martin is going to bump it up here from the big. Ace-8 of hearts. 675 to go. Apocalypse says he is back and he hasn't missed a knockout. You don't miss a trick, Apocalypse. They are getting a little bit shallower now. When I say shallower, it means they just don't have 100 big blind stacks. Chiplead is still about 50 bigs or so. But yes, no knockouts for quite a while now. Hand 100 of the day. Sylvester raises to 500k here from early position. Sixes for Martin. Is going to call from the small. So we will see heads up to the flop. Martin is out of position with his small pocket pair. King, Queen, 7 favoring. Sylvester, as Richie says, 16 hands average an hour. Nice tempo. Yeah, that's not too bad, Richie. We do aim for somewhere around 40 hands for every frame, say, for 2 hours. Sometimes it's going to be less, of course. So getting in around 35 hands per 2 hours seems about right to me. Ace of spades rolling off, and now Martin not loving this board, to say the least, here with pocket sixes. It's a straight heavy board. It's a flush heavy board. There's a king, a queen, an ace, and a jack out there. And that's why you are going to see Martin turn his hand to a bluff. I just think we waved a white flag here. I don't think there's much point in betting, but we are going to see him bet with his pocket sixes to try make a hand like a weak jack, a weak queen, maybe even a weak king folds. I just don't think he is thinking this one through. And if he did, he would probably just check fold. Flajali with the min raise. Ace jack off suit. Round to the big blind. Secutor is going to call with his ace-9 off suit. We are heads up to the flop. Secutor with a nice defending hand here in the big blind. 10-4 deuce is the flop. Secutor is now going to lead, and I like this from Secutor. He has nut flush draw. He's range advantage. This board is going to smack his perceived big blinds defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack. So he will take that one down, and Antonio Fagioli now with a monster. The king at kings. The kings of kings. There's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Eddie 06600 in the house. Meanwhile, Eric with jacks in the hijack. Interesting to see what way he wants to proceed here. Does he want a 3-bet or is he just going to call? I think a 3-bet is in order the majority of the time. And Fragile ripping over the top. Hard to see Eric get away from this one once he's 3-bet to over $1 million. It's going to be about 3.1-ish mil for him to call it off. He just doesn't really love this. He knows his opponent isn't going to have hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s too often, and therefore he's going to be in a coin flip situation for about 2/3 of his stack the majority of the time. Having said all that, once we have 3-bet and it's 15 bigs, more for us to call, we kind of put ourselves in the call territory more so than the fold department. Let me know what you think about this one in the chat. As ECW King says, hoping for a flip. Gotta love those calls. Gotta catch them all. Does call. Who you gonna call? Jeffrey Busters. or king busters. We have seen the kings get bust already. It was the aces that got busted from Antonio Fraggiali against the jacks. Now let's see how his luck is against the jacks this time. Queen 9-3 is the flop. Will be pretty sick story to be going home to tell at Christmas that you lost with aces and kings at the final table. His work is done. It's in the poker god's hands now as we hit the river. Eric going to be down to 15 bigs unless he spikes one of the two remaining blackjacks on the river. It is the 5 of clubs. What you gonna do, eh? What you gonna do when they come for you, bad boys? So Martin raising here from the hijack, ace, queen of hearts, getting defended from Marius on the top of 10, 9, 5, 2 hearts. See if you discussing that last hand. Would you go with 9s or 10s in that spot? I think it's a jacks plus type of a situation. 1 million is the bet here for Martin. I'm just going to be forced to let this go, I think, with 2 overcards. A lot of draws out there, but 7's just going to play poorly heading to this river where we can easily be barreled off our hand. And for the Jolly here on the river, Queen, Jack, 3, King, King. Might want to get a hand like a middling pocket pair, weak Jack to fold, something to that effect. Jay Wasello, Johan, the main man, has subscribed to Tier 1 for 28 months in a row. Funny that you should say that or do that, Johan, because I think 28 months is just about the exact time that I started commentating for Kings. The rest is history. -9 degrees in the Shetlands. Oh, God. Actually, yeah, I'm having issues with my heating. I might actually be in between going to the door and back again because it needs to be sorted. We will get it fixed. But that's what we've got to do. Get the oil outside, I think. I am not in a position to go check on it just now, am I? And he will take that one down. Or sorry, it's gone 3-bet. I thought Secutor let his hand go. Secutor. I'll get that right before the night's out. Keep mixing up his name. And Secutor is leading from the hijack here into a lot of danger. Marius 3-betting pre and sitting there with top pair, queen kicker. Interesting to see what Secutor leads here for 2 million. Out of position in a bloated pot. Turn. Is the queen of spades. Knee asks, is the graphics not right? There's been a couple of hands today where I feel like the hands were reverse knee. I'm not going to lie. But I haven't had any information to say that there's something wrong with the graphics. And usually I'll be told in advance. ECW King says nothing like roasting lobsters on an open fire. I am getting very hungry now, lads. I chose to take a nap instead of cooking food earlier. Not something I ever do. Huge, huge pot brewing here. Out of 1.8 million and Secutor calling. Now, I would think he could have something like a King Jack type holding. When he plays it this way, unlikely he has a set of nines, kings, king 9. Could have Jack 10. Jack 10 of spades maybe would lead the flop and then check call the turn. But we all know he's a wild man, so Secutor could have anything. 6 of spades hits the river. Secutor does not look happy. Would like to see what he has. Ace 10. Well, there you have it. That is quite the bluff there. Going into check call mode. Very, very weird line for Secutor to play that one. Leading flop, calling 3-bet pre, check calling turn, leading river. Not a line we see often, and when we do see it, it usually stinks to high heaven. Something was very smelly there. Now, having said that, he could have had the nuts there with like a Jack 10 type holding, and he did have a straight blocker. It's just not going to be good enough against our opponent's button 3-betting range. It's going to have us crushed on that board when we just have ace high. He says he played way too wild. Yeah, it's putting it lightly, isn't it? What's he going to do, eh? Very difficult line to break down there. He has been very aggro today. Nee is just joining us. You missed some of his aggro play earlier. Nice to have you with us, Nee. Merry Christmas. Ace King 9 is the flop here. investor will win a showdown.
After this, 15 minutes break.
Antonio, ace queen, jack 7-6 is the flop. Marius is going to check behind. Turn is the king of hearts. He will take that one down, and I believe that is the last hand before the break. What seems to be a very long frame of poker, if I'm going to be honest here. No bust outs that I can remember. Still 7-handed. We're going to the break. Secutor, the shortest stack with 10. Eric now with 13. Prince with 24. Sylvester 28. 30 for Martin. Antonio with 45 bigs. Way out in the lead is Marius Gikovanu. We'll be back within 15 minutes for lots more action. Stay tuned for continuing coverage. We'll be right back.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah?
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means lady.
My name is Jan, and you said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jan. And they say Stolze
Getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a full 3x raise with a little bit of cheese on top. 95k to go.
You're welcome.
I'm still proud.
You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you. Son of whatever you can call me. Tell you shouldn't have said it. Now you
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So son of two of them.
Two guns.
Son of two guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have 2 pocket rockets here. Is going to be 3-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, 3 ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler, what happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Yachtman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What do
laydown.
you have behind it? Not much, eh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against two
250.
players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Hold'em.
Really?
We do see the Queen, Jack of
boring.
Spades stacking off.
Well, just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a huge
Jack, you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can
Jack-
hold.
Jack King, Jack Ace.
And he's got 89%
What's my best hand, by the way,
equity
for
to do so.
You have the best hand.
Again.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
I don't use the telephone. I don't have email. I don't use anything. I like art.
315. But it's
I
40K.
live like in the 19th
Yeah, you owe
century.
20.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's working, it's good. It steals so much time from your day.
If I need to call someone, I tell my wife, call him. She call him. Once I don't have a business. Once I was in a business, I was supposed to be on the phone all the time.
Again, that would be very nice.
So it is small against big, small shoving, sub 10 bigs into his wife, who calls with ace-3 offsuit.
Chip dumping.
Honey, honey, he had 8-9 offsuit, honey.
He has the 8-9.
One way or the other.
Call me with ace-3.
Three, so it's okay. Another 3.
Piece of it for both players, but Foxen not looking too hot. Alex, that is, or sorry, Kristen, that is.
3. This is
Third is the 5 of spades.
too big.
Kristen needing an ace or a 3 here on the river, but it is a king of clubs. Kristen has been eliminated.
You're a bad boy.
He is a bad man.
Help it.
The rich get richer.
So you just came to bust.
Bad boy.
Twice in the same tournament.
I busted twice to him.
In this tournament?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Both times.
Do you have a little from him percentage? Did you?
Yeah. Maybe a little bit.
Little bit.
baby.
So he went from right pocket to the left pocket.
GG, baby.
Now you kind of a challenge now.
I have to win now. I have no.
Well, no, it's a challenge to beat you. You know. It's fair game for poker. You know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
4th option.
with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like a Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Bicchieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The Pocket Rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh.
Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Freut
ases.
mich, wenn kriegst du eine
Does go all in, does get called. Blom gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur, the one standing up. There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favorite to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
Sei nervoso? Di che cosa?
Un po' sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10-10-5
parlare.
is
Hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red Lady of the Night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Cover you?
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso. If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie, how much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
You count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me, it doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of
how.
a hand here
Interesting.
with ace queen of diamonds. But
told
I
him
don't
at the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
A little bit more.
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold on your
We need a
opposition like this,
waiter.
as such a
Whiskey.
tough FT, do you want to run the risk of calling here and be up against
That's it.
2
It's
live
double
cards?
or fold. It's
Crazy.
crazy
That
fold.
is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically, it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You're in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
just
really matter.
shows us.
It
No,
was
it
a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close. Yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem Welcome back, folks. Seem to have missed an all in there. My timing hasn't been great today. My apologies. See, Richie says, I was talking for 30 minutes into a muted mic. Yeah, I've been waiting to use that excuse for a long time, actually, but today it was actually true. I've always wanted to use that one. Save a few excuses for when they're needed, but on that occasion, I actually was talking away like a madman. Just, my dog. There's just so many things going wrong today, Richie. All good, like, the dog is going crazy out there. I think my dog's gone crazy. I am back, though. Never fear. Action Man Dan is back, and here still 7 players remaining. If you're just tuning in on this wonderful Monday evening, you're watching the final table of the €1,100 European Poker Open Mystery Bounty main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Quite the mouthful to say there. I will tell you, I have not had any time to make dinner because I chose to go for a nap earlier, but I ate a remarkable amount of cheese and antipasties meats there at the break. I'm going to regret that later, but c'est la vie. You reap what you sow. Dan Fox says, but napping is so peak. It's not. It is, yeah. I hear that going for naps every day is brilliant, but I'm a hibernator. I need to just pick one. I either don't sleep at all or sleep loads. I find it very hard to find a middle ground. The perfect amount of time for a nap should be one sleep cycle, 90 minutes or 30 minutes, because I read some books about sleep schedules in general. Now, I'm expecting to see a lot more action in this segment of the show. When I say I want to see more action, it's not that it's been nitty the last level or two. It's just no bust outs. And we have seen some big pots, but a couple of shorties doubling up. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 125k. Big blind now 250k. With a 250k running big blind ante, that's 125, 250, 250. And Martin is all in. Antonio is all in. This is going to be a huge pot. 12.625 million out there. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. And the river. River is the 3 of hearts. Antonio Fraggiali, 15.675 million. It has occurred to me as well that if my mic mysteriously goes muting for a half an hour, now I'm going to have to use a different excuse because no one will believe me if that happens again. It looks like we are going to have a bust out and we're going to lose a player, so predictions have been correct. We would have some bust outs in this level. There you have it, folks. 68 bigs for Marius, 63 bigs for Antonio, and then quite the drop off. 23 bigs for Sylvester. Secretore with 15 bigs. Prince with a J with 12, and Eric with 10. That's how they are shaping up, battling it out for over 100 grand, 105,000 euro. They've all secured a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And it is all to play for here. We have seen some aggressive plays. We've seen some questionable ones as well. Some leads, a lot of bluffing going on. Has been entertaining though, plenty of action. And that's an interesting turn card here. Marius now with trips. Antonio, I don't think can be going anywhere just yet. Does have the toppest of pairs. Either player with a heart in hand. Great turn for Marius indeed. 2.4 million in the pot. River is the 6 of diamonds now. What sizing does Marius want to go to get paid by the exact kind of hand that Antonio Frajali has? I think I go for about 1.4 million here on the river. Does go for 1.3. Will get paid. You will have some natural bluffs. Missed heart, repping an 8. All that good stuff, but he did have the goods on this occasion and now playing almost 20 million in chips. That's a big pot for him. Fortuna opening the cutoff, so we do have a couple of these stacks who are 20 big blinds and below. Some huge pay jumps to take into consideration. Yes, it was a mystery bounty, but a lot of the bounties have been pulled now. That has to be taken into consideration. Also, next payout. Actually, all 6 remaining players now getting a minimum of a 5-figure payday. €21,700 is the minimum payout. And look at this. Under the gun, picking up a monster. Gone short is Secutor. He did have about 10 million chips not so long ago. We're going to see some fireworks here. Secutor with a golden opportunity to double up Antonio Fraggiali. Needing to get very lucky here indeed. So it is all in and call. Fraggiali will be back down under 10 million unless he can get lucky here. I don't see any spades out there. Looking pretty grim for the ace-queen pre. Looking even more grim now. 3 diamonds on the flop. And this one is all but over as we hit the turn. 9 of diamonds. Rolls off. Secutor with the nut flush. 33 big blinds. And Antonio Fraggiali with 37, so not much in it between the two. Marius opening in the hijack. You see the average stack is still over 30 bigs. Just a testament to how great these structures are. Like I said, current payout is €21,700 at the moment. You've got a difference of about €6,000 between 6th and 5th alone. And Eric might go with his hand here, 7.7 bigs, limited fold equity, but he is facing a hijack open. Interesting to see what he does here against the chip leader, who can be opening quite wide. Will take this spot. We can see Marius will have to call, but does have the same hand. And you know what they say. This one could be going to Splitsville. Chop it up, boys. And Prince is going for it here from the button. Marius really opening up his game now. Six-handed, all the chips. Queen 3 off suit. And Prince making a very good rejam there, by the way, with limited amount of fold equity. Knowing the fact that the chip leader can be opening very, very wide, which was exactly the case. Actually, wouldn't be a big fan favorite of that jam when we are unsuited with a limited amount of fold equity, but correctly analyzing the situation, realizing there's going to be enough raised folds in the chip leader's range to make that one a profitable jam. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. That's one of them ones. Get snapped off, look like an idiot, especially with $6,000 difference between 6th and 5th. Eric shoving under the gun here. Ace Jack suited, 8.9 big blinds. And Prince is stalling, it seems. Not sure what his motive there is. Running down the clock, perhaps. So we did see him double up not so long ago. Secutor is going to raise to 800k here. Not the biggest fan of going for more than 3x. He will take down the blinds and antes nonetheless. Yoda Code is in the house. What's up, Yoda Code? Concurrent is going eaten. He will see us later. Happy eating. Richie says 5 out of 42, 1 out for ladder. Good luck all in. You're in the wrong chat there, Richie. Perhaps you should have muted yourself. 1.4 million is the bet from Marius. Antonio can't really be going anywhere just yet. He will call. This pot getting bloated now as we hit the riv. River is the ace of spades. Richie says he's playing on GG. There is some great things going on in GG at the moment. So I've been told. Apocalypse says, good luck avoiding the spam bots. Fragile is going to lead here 575 or C-bet. Prince with the ace-5 suited. Don't know what you should have done here pre. Perhaps rejamming was his best play. That's going to be the end of that. He will take down that one. Looks like we are going to have multi-way action to the flop. Under the gun against the small, against the button, against the big. 8-3-3 is the flop. Secutor with the flush draw. Antonio coming up short. Marius with top pair, jack kicker. Won't be getting too ecstatic about it, but does have the best hand currently. Turn is the king of clubs. All players checking. We'll bet on the river. King of Hearts rolling off. Well, Sylvester is going to pay him off here on the river, and he will be down to 15 bigs now. Marius taking down that pot. Getting close to 20 million once more. So much money on the line. Marius now nearly double the chips of anyone else. Still in the field, Antonio always in with a fighting chance. One double up there and he's back to chip leader. Has took a few hits. Secutor with 28, Prince with 21, Sylvester with 15 and Eric, the only player under 10 big blinds. And Richie wants a ban for Apocalypse. Say, let us know when you get one outer by a Russian flag. Sounded political, but it wasn't. Poker related. There's a lot of bots out there. So blinds are 125, 250, 250 still. Now, the go-to strategy at the moment, if you are Marius, is to just keep pounding away. A lot of blinds and antes can be accumulated like that. The jab, the double jab, and the booster. We are still playing 1 hour levels, ladies and gentlemen, which is with a bit of a kick in the behind. You could have many, many levels to come yet. I think levels now get shortened when a deal is reached or when 3 players remain. I'm not sure the exact ruling on it, but happened a few times recently where levels were halved. Especially when a deal is reached, they're playing for so much money. I wouldn't be shocked to see them look at numbers at some point. The issue is Marius, with all the chips, he doesn't really have to deal at all. Especially a man of his caliber can just keep pounding away at these 40 big blinds and less. Just really doesn't want to double up anyone at the moment. Keep applying the pressure little by little. They start to fall. Really nice event to finish out the year. Just having a look here at the King's website, just seeing what's going down in terms of what way the EPO mystery is looking at the moment. All right, just see in the corner of my eye, I spy with my little eye, it's the Christmas Czech Poker Masters. That one's going to be a really decent tournament. 400k guaranteed in that. €150 buy-in. So much value. Come on down to Bargain Town, where the price is only famous. Antonio's taking that one down. It's within touching distance of 10 million chips once more. Excuse me. Raised to 700k with the 10-7 of spades in the hijack. Sylvester, the original limper here. Marius going for less than the 3x sizing, trying to control the size of this pot. And interesting to not see a flop there. I guess it's pretty daunting to play out of position against the chip leader who can just pound the pressure on you on flop, turn and river. He's got a real hand here now. Marius raising to 500k. Pockup's ass, is Eric absolutely huge or is he playing against 5 dwarfs? LOL. for Jolly is just going to put a 7-4 offsuit in the bin. Well, we do see some action here. Eric is going to get the last of his readies into the middle with ace-9 on the queen, 6-9. Two clubs out there. Prince with the dominating hand. King-queen for top pair. We might about see the last hand here from Eric. Prince a 3-1 favorite. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. River is the 7 of hearts. Eric has been eliminated. Prince will scoop those much needed chips. We are now 5-handed. GG sir, good game, taking home €21,700 for his efforts. And that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €27,900. Prince flopping a lot of equity here with his newfound gold against the cutoff open from Marius. 10-5-6, 2 diamonds out there. Marius betting 1.5 million here. Can't blame him for double barreling this card. Will get his opponent to fold a 5 or a 6. Maybe even a weak 10, but not a nut flush. Deuce of Spades is hitting the river, and Prince is going to lead. I don't really like the lead here. I want Marius to do the work for us. Nonetheless, he will take down a very nice pot with 37 big blinds in his stack now. Fast accumulating chips. And we see a 3-bet here for 1.325 million with Ace King off suit. In the cutoff, facing the under the gun open. Marius in the big blind with the King Queen also. Looks like Frajali is going to have to give credit to Prince here. Prince fast accumulating chips, by the way. Has a monster again. Don't think Frajali can do much here with the King Queen. Nice pick up there from the Ace King. We are still five-handed. All players have locked up €27,900. I don't think there's going to be any deal in sight considering the overwhelming chip lead that we have taking place here, but this one is far from over. One hand can change it all. Pretty sick because Frajali came into this FT with 75 bigs, and it is Marius who has more than that now. Frajali getting knocked down a peg or two. Marius staying active, but does have a monster here in the pocket kings. 2.3 big blinds to go as the blinds have gone up a few hands ago. 150, 300, 300. Takes down the blinds and antes. Jack 4 deuce is the flop. It looks like Sylvester is just checking. Marius is just going to put him in. There you have it, folks. Sylvester eating to get something working for him soon with 7 bigs. Secutor with 16, Antonio with 27, Prince with 32, but way out in the lead is Marius with 78 big blinds. As Apocalypse declares to the class that he is the new spin king on 888. Do elaborate there. Let us know what's going on. Sounds promising. And looks like we are going to see some action in this hand. Secutor raising almost 4 times the big blind here to deter the chip leader from doing anything in the form of getting involved. It is Sylvester who stacks off in the small blind naturally enough, but we'll see the bad news. Secutor way out in the lead to eliminate Sylvester in 5th place. Jack 5 is the flop. So it is go Jack, 5, 10, king. And he says, oi, oi. Sorry, is interrupted there by my brother coming through the door. Haven't seen him in about 6 months. Secutor min raising. So I missed a little bit of that action there. The Queen's 3-betting. A lot of big pairs out there. Secutor is going for the min raise off 9 bigs. It is Prince who is going to 3-bet the full amount here to put Secutor at risk, and this is a fantastic opportunity for Secutor to double up. He's got Prince right where he wants him. And that's a pretty good start for Secutor. Prince needing help now as we hit the turn. 3 clubs out there, 10, 8, 5. So turn is the 5 of spades. And Secutor, 97% favourite as we hit the river, does get there across the finish line. So that puts a bit of a spanner in the works. Nice double up there for the Kings. How are you all doing out there? Thanks for all of you sitting tight over what's a fast approaching 8 hours now. So much dedication from the fans of this channel and indeed myself means the world. What a year it's been. Marius betting 400k here. Secutor gets out of the way. And the jack's going to take that one down from the small into the big. We pick up the action here on the turn. Marius with the Jack 4, Diamond staying active on the Deuce 9, King 3 board. Picking up a flush draw. Putting a lot of pressure here on Antonio, forced to let his equity go. Sylvester going for the jam there, taking that one down with the ace-4 of diamonds. Prince letting his 9-8 of diamonds go. Fragile on the button here, 17 bigs. Jack 9 off suit is going to raise it up to 700k. Secutor going for the rejam with the ace blocker, takes that one down. He's fast gaining traction now also. Very tit for tat out there. Very tactical battles going on. Hope you're enjoying the show. Marius raises with the pocket trees and takes down the blinds and antes. Dan Fox is still in the house. Nice to see you're still there, Danny boy. Says, I know it's a curse to say this, but Secutor has been running super hot. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's not afraid of making moves either. Obviously, he has picked up a few penguins and doubled up and remained in contention. But even hands like that, Dan, rejamming the ace-7 there. Some players might miss that one. They might let it go. They might not rejam. They might just call in the big. At least he's been taking his spots. Another good example of this. Going for the rejam on the button for 18 bigs. Ace-9 off suit. Some players might just call there. 3-bet. Fold. Although I think folding is far too tight. So he will just go for the rejam. Prince saving face here, but we can see he can't call. Dan Fox is just pointing out how much he is running His all-ins, I hesitate calling because the dude is on fire. Yeah, fair enough. It's not really what way we want to look at poker in a vacuum, but I understand what you're saying. Small blind, keeping the pressure on. You have to feel for Antonio Fraggiali at this point. He did come in to the FT, as I said earlier, 75 big blinds and the chip leader. Just really hasn't gone his way, has it? Marius taking down another one, now playing close to 25 million in chips. Marius putting those chips to work, re-jamming from the button here, ace-8 suited. Secutor going for the steal unsuccessfully. Incredible to see nearly 600 people tuning in after 8 hours. Nearly 400 on YouTube, 200 on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Like I keep saying throughout this stream, support means the world to me and the Kings production team. And I would predict that there is going to be some form of impatience going to happen here sooner or later with 5 remaining. They have been playing for many days, many hours. 88 bigs for Marius. He's got them right where he wants them now, really. Secutor in second place with 23 bigs, the same as Prince. And then Antonio and Sylvester with some work to do. And Dan Fox says, and you mean the world to us without your elegant voice? How would we survive? Well, there's been a few times now I've faded out today, but thank you very much. It's been a very successful year all around, for the most part. You know, I am humble, Dan Fox, but I do take all the compliments on board. Much appreciated. Secutor going for the 4-bet, it looks like. Or is that a graphical error? Is that just a rejam? Looks like it's just a rejam. Now, it's an interesting dynamic going on here at the bottom of the leaderboard. No one wants to bust before the other. That goes without saying, but they're all kind of fighting it out. Chiplead just certainly doesn't want to double up anyone. He can keep banging away at their blinds and antes, hitting them with the jab, the double jab, and the booster. There's not much they can do. Every time you're going to steal those blinds and antes, the guts of a million chips getting added to your stack. 5 players remaining. Guaranteed a minimum of €27,900, all chasing the first prize of 105,000. So huge pay jumps in the difference, and as I keep saying as well, I don't know if a deal could be worked out here because the chip leader is just so far ahead. Stranger things have happened. He's also just not just your chip leader, he's someone who has a lot of experience and a lot of money accumulated, not his first rodeo, so he knows what to do with the chips, which is also very, very important. ECW King wants to send this man to Hollywood. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And he will get out of the way. Another one for Secutor, fast approaching 10 million in chips. Dan Fox says he hopes we get a round or two one day. I think it's gotten too far to make a second rounders. I could be wrong now, but I've heard whispers in the wind of it being talked about many, many times, and it just never came to fruition. So I wouldn't expect to see a rounders two at this late stage in the day. The first movie coming out so long ago. Flush draw for Secutor. Good shot, straight draw for Sylvester. A lot of important pots coming up here. Every chip mattering so much. Turn is the 9 of hearts on the King, Queen, 9-9. Two flush draws out there now. Very straighty, flushy board. 700k is the bet from the 10-5. And Secutor wants to see a river, naturally enough, with his flush draw. Marius with the bloof. 3 of hearts rolling off. Pretty funny here if it goes to showdown. Secutor is going to lose to 10 high. Secutor could decide to bluff this one. No. He would go for it here and there, but against the chip leader, decides against it. We can see it would have worked this time. Can't win them all. Marius very likely to just check call down there with ace high, a queen, a weak king. Probably doesn't have a 9. BVHT says, making backflips in his mind. Nice to have you with us, BVHT. And Prince under the gun here, 17 bigs. Does he want to go for a steal with the King 7 suited? So Marius is really putting the pressure on here, attacking the limp from Sylvester. Not the biggest fan of Sylvester's limp in the cutoff, to be honest with you, off sub 10 bigs to start the hand. Not sure what ICM would say about shoving these tiny pairs, but 5-handed can't be going too wrong, shoving a pair in the cutoff as one of the shortest stacks. Doesn't want to bust before anyone else, of course. Ace deuce of diamonds going to be good enough to shove. Blocker effects. Marius with a monster here against that shoving range off that stack depth. And we could be going four-handed here, folks, because Marius way out in the lead. And he's going to have over 100 big blinds if he can successfully hold here against Sylvester's ace-deuce suited. Wow, Sylvester loving this flop, flopping two pair. Turn is the four of hearts. River is the three of diamonds. Really big double up there, binking the two pair, cracking the ace-10. That's a big, big difference in this tournament. Marius goes four-handed for the title there with over 100 bigs. Instead, he gets knocked down a small peg or two. Still overwhelming chip leader, of course, but would always rather win them ones than lose them. Prince 15 bigs here, pocket trees, deciding what to do. This seems a bit too deep here, stack depth wise, to be getting involved. Does let it go. And kings here for Marius. Gonna complete in the small blind. For Jolly, looking a bit dejected here, is going to check his option. And will flop some equity. Looks like an open ender Good shot, straight draw. Sorry, he's an open-ender, backdoor. Spade draw working for him, and they are going to get it in. You see the amount of equity here Antonio Fraggiali has to double up with the Jack-7 of spades. Bit of action going on here. Marius with a chance to, again, eliminate a player, go four-handed for the title. Turn is a very interesting one, the ace of spades. The river is another ace. We will say goodbye to Antonio Fraggiali. Very, very good, competent player. Very nice score for him coming into Christmas. But he will bow out in 5th place, which means 4 players remaining now. €35,700 is the current payout. Fraggiali taking home €27,900.
How's it? Break, yeah? Yeah, you have better vlog, you can make break.
Ace King in the small blind. Marius staying active with the chip lead. And the Ace King will put a stop to that one with the rejam. Picking up a real hand here. 20 bigs. Not a fan of that. It's just too strong of a hand to be ripping. I understand ICM and all that jazz. And maybe, just maybe, doesn't want to be raising and letting those weaker aces rejam and having the 30% equity. But Kings just seems like it's too strong to be ripping 20 bigs from the button. A wise man once said to me, shoving aces from the button with 20 bigs is profitable, but certainly not optimal.
behind. Gomez, I should be thinking now. Where are you from? Okay? Romania? Ah, Bucharest? Craiova, Brasov. Dobra, pojedziemy. In this new year I go to Romania for hotel, for this, to pay.
Small blind, 13 bigs, is going to complete with the 7-5 off suit.
I am Polish from Spain. But I am not Dracula. No. ¿Conoces? You know it? Hablas español seguro, sí. Holiday en Mallorca. Si ganamos 100,000, es bueno holiday en Mallorca. When we win 100,000, it's beautiful holiday in Mallorca, yes?
And Sylvester, you want to check fold here. Marius taking that one down. Playing almost 100 big blinds now. A force to be reckoned with. It's incredible. He keeps getting these bad beats in these small all-in situations, but rebounds every time nicely. This guy's impressed me so far. Granted, he's running pretty well, but very calm, composed and collected. Patient. Doesn't let things faze him too much. All great qualities to have. The great game of No Limit Hold'em.
Całe 3 godziny wszyscy mają więcej ode mnie. Całe 3 godziny. Drei Stunden, ich habe kleine
And he says 8 big blind raise, queen 8 of diamonds. Well, I presume he is just committing himself. So I wouldn't look at that as an 8 big blind raise. It's just half stacking. And he says if someone else rips, he has to fold. Well, what they do is they put in over half their stack or half their stack. And then if there's significant action behind them, they can get away from their hand. That's what's going on there, Nee. Thank you for your question. $700K from under the gun is with the 10-7 at diamonds, and I would like to see Prince rejam here most of the time. He is just going to go for a small 3-bet to 1.6 million. You do see this from time to time. I'm not the biggest fan of it with these middling pairs, especially against the chip leader. Now, having said that, Prince is very polarized here. He's either going to have nuts or air, some form of a 3-bet fold, or a very strong hand. Marius could pick up on that and just 4-bet rip, knowing that his opponent has to call super, super tight. The flip side of that coin is that Marius is thinking, is the chip leader? I'm the chip leader. I'm opening. Is he really going to be 3-betting light from the button? Sylvester is going to shove from the small. Takes down the blinds and antes. And I believe that that is the last hand before the break. That seemed like a very, very long frame. We did have 1 or 2 eliminations. We are 8.5 hours into the stream. This one is far from over, but it is Marius that has a stranglehold on his opposition with over 60% of all the chips in play. We're going on a 15-minute break, folks. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come from the European Poker Open Mystery Bounty. Coverage is continuing right after the break.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's your stack.
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than a sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
shaking on me. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watched the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
You won accident?
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening
very early position with
As I say
10-6
that, he throws the
suited.
chips as closest to him as
A
possible.
dream scenario.
I'll tell him
Somehow
that, don't
flopping
worry.
top two on a rainbow board and up against two jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
The 5Ks?
Yeah.
Calm me. Relax.
Oh, I thought he was straddling 2.5x. I was like, this guy's got big balls, but the blinds are up.
Easy, easy, easy.
Wow.
Easy.
I've seen this movie before.
Michael, why are there so less entries on day 1B compared to day 1A? All the satellite winners online do get pushed to 1A.
Yep.
507 entries in that flight. Working on 110-ish here, as you see in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, the tunes are back,
they're
Jeff.
back, baby.
I know the song, but I can't name the artist.
Yeah, the same. Really crank it.
See, all this because of his
Okay,
product.
the cold 4.
We got a game.
Faucet calls with the 10s. More than 51K in the pot. And it comes queen high. Pot starts to get more in.
doesn't seem like a great calling hand. 2-10s, he will flick it
Wow. Runecon gets paid off with the queens. Thank you, Meekin. So there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that
said better
the opposite way, saying it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that
I
the
think-
Americans absolutely suck.
Yeah, that's definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
Fedora. That's another app.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one. I don't have my phone. I'm going with my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
it is,
just get in there, go make money.
The evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round 2.
These two will go at it again. Runecon the best of it so far, still, as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack 9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call river ace, aces and kings. For Runecon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
This is
Mufasa.
not the best card you want to see when you've got ace-king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this Jack 9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the Jack is ever good at showdown. He's going to blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Too late to bet 5K. I should have done it. Right, check like this side. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. Good river.
Runecon talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
it
of it.
go.
Oh my.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We don't quit at halftime. Championship rounds, 4 players remaining. If you're just tuning in, it's the final table of the €1,100 European Poker Open Mystery Bounty main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I see the lucky German is tuned in. Medallion not. Apocalypse still in the house. It's been a very fun day of action. A lot of players really going for it. Not afraid to make big moves. We do love action around here. Medallinot says, let's go, Marius. Romania is with you. Prince raising here to 1.9 million from the big blind. Marius going for a small continue. Marius is the man to beat, as I keep mentioning. That was a nice move there by Prince with the 8-5 of diamonds. A lot of backdoor equity working for him. He's not afraid to tussle with the chip leader. Marius just going to keep applying pressure. This time with the 4-3 off suit. That's going to get rid of the small blind around to the big. Secutor. This guy going for another move, this time with the Queen 4 of hearts. Say what you want about Sector, but he's made some moves today that have really, really just worked out for him. Nee seems to be a fan, says bam. Nee says he likes the queens. Yeah, it's not a bad strategy there to 3-bet, by the way. I would prefer to do it when we are unsuited. The suited variety going to play better as a call for the most part. Maybe not with the 4 kicker. He says, check, bro. Yeah, seems like an easier play. Like I said, there is going to be a little bit of impatience between these remaining players. It is the 23rd of December. They will feel a little bit bullied out there by the chip leader, but that's the way it goes. Nothing they can really do. Lee said he could get max value there. He's making his hand look like he is just shoving a flush draw. Something to that effect. ISO CEO says 2 players on the flop, definitely check position in my mind. Let them think they're ahead. Marius going for the rejam. Taking that one down. ISO says, let them think they're ahead. Well, you see, the chip leader can just keep applying pressure. So you want them to do the work for you in general. You've got to look at the payouts here, guys. 4 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €35,700. But the first prize is €105,000. It's some difference. And a lot of the remaining players won't have played for this kind of money before. So the pressure is on. You could cut the tension with a knife. It's one thing to have 69 bigs here as the chip leader, but the other 3 fighting it out for pay jumps that are equaling. Jesus Christ. My brain's not working too good after 9 hours. You know, you're looking at a 10 grand difference here between 4th and 3rd. Nearly 20 grand between 3rd and 2nd. These are massive, massive differences. A year's wages for some people. Especially this close to Christmas. One false move, one wrong move, and could cost you a lot of money. So Prince is completing here in the small blind. I would prefer to just rip here with the A7 offsuit from Secutor. It's very unlikely Prince is going to be trapping. Secutor has him covered. I just think this plays better as a jam. Hands like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, suited even, you might check back in position, realize your equity. But with these ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 offsuit combinations, they're going to play better as a jam. Now Secutor going to have the best hand decent portion of the time. But we can see Prince taking that one down. Something has got to give with these short stacks, though, sooner or later. Sylvester is going to donk jam, this time with second pair to deny equity, protect his middling pair here. Can be risky business. It does look like a flush draw or a straight draw, and that's why you're going to see Marius call. He's got backdoor heart draw working for him. He's a good shot straight draw, and sometimes he's just going to have the best hand right here, right now. Turn is the jack of spades. Sylvester 82% favorite here as we hit the river. It is a 5, guys. Marius just running too hot today. Gets there with his equity, and that is a sickener for Sylvester Fortuna. Nothing he can do there, of course. Some might say it might even be too wide of a defend pre, even though we are suited. Sometimes we got to make things happen. We do have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. Sexy payday for him nonetheless, taking home €35,700. Fives here for Prince. Think this is going to play best as a jam, even though it is 18 big blinds. Maybe it's just a bit too many bigs to shove, but we are three-handed. Sucks to get rejammed. It's not really a hand we want to be raised calling with. I don't see Prince folding this though, does he? 16 bigs behind. See, if we shove, we take this move away from the big blind. Now, obviously, he will be calling with ace-10 suited. These middling pocket pairs, smallish pocket pairs. This is a jam more so than a raise call. Raise fold just seems a little bit too weak in my opinion, but ICM, huge pay jump in the difference between third and second. I need to see the exact stack size of the other shorty. He does call it off, guys. This is going to be a massive pot. Prince taking a stand to double up and put himself back in contention here. And what I mean by contention, he'd have almost 15 million chips. This pot is huge. ICM though, I think maybe we want to be a bit tighter than fives calling off. Seems a bit weak to raise. Fold around 15 bigs or less. I think we just shove. Maybe it's just one of those hands you want to raise fold. Doesn't feel right to just call it off, but it is queen 4-3 here. Huge flip. I prefer to have sevens or eights here to raise call. I don't want to be too harsh on him. It is a pocket pair after all. Just Marius, when his rejams here, is going to have a lot of overcards. And the run out for Marius seals the deal for Prince's fate. He did go for it. Called it off. Unlucky. And wins a huge payday. But he might be a bit disappointed with that when he looks back on it later. €46,900 though. Wow. Wow, will we what? And there you have it, folks. Secutor with 16 bigs. Marius with 103. Secutor with a hell of a lot of work to do, but it hasn't stopped him getting this far. It is Marius's tournament to lose, really. $65.5 is the current payout. What a sum of money that is for Secutor. Take a bow already. Shot to nothing to try beat Marius when Marius has this chip lead. Hell of a scrapper he is. Coming back from the brink a few times today. Marius with the flush on the river. Wondered if Secutor was going to try bluff there. Missing a straight draw with just 6 high. Decides against it wisely. Otherwise it would have cost him a lot of money. 1.5 million. And Secutor is going to put his hand into the muck. And 2 black ladies going to take that down for Secutor. Marius does not want to double up. Secutor wants to keep whacking away at those blinds. Get him under 10 bigs and start shoving correctly. Marius bumping it up. Secutor wants to see a flop. Marius with 5 deuce off suit. Flop is king 8-4. Marius can just take this one down with a small bet of about 2 bigs, I'd say. It goes for 900k. And the button wants to see a turn. Turn is a deuce, giving Marius a pair. Secutor checking back immediately. Not the biggest fan of calling there on the flop without a plan. There are some turn cards that are working in his favour. Does check it down on the river and lose that one. Marius shoves and Secutor with an opportunity to double up here. 2-1 favourite with his king 10 of clubs. Ace 4-4 is the flop. 3-1 favourite now to get back into this thing with 7.1 million chips. Marius needing a jack or an 8. Turn is a 3. 1 card away now for the double up. It's a jack. Hits the jack on the river. Game over. Secutor finishing in second place. Should be very, very happy. But this moment in tournament belongs to that man right there, Marius from Romania. What a win that is for him. Over 100 grand. Steamrolling the FT for the most part. Obviously didn't come in as the chip leader. What a day of action it's been. Did have some lulls throughout the day. It was a bit fragmented at times. But we've done it again. Crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. What a year it's been. One more stream to go on the 30th next Monday for the Czech Poker Masters. 400k guaranteed, €150 buy-in. I'll be back in the booth then. Massive thanks to the moderators. Massive thanks to everyone in the chat. I hope you have a very, very Merry Christmas, and I will see you in a week's time. We're going to let this guy enjoy this moment, the glory, and the trophy, and everything that goes with it. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Merry Christmas and a good night.